And good morning, I think. Let's just check. Non-farm payroll has come out better than expected, assuming that you can believe the numbers, which I do. But, you know, if you stop and think about it a minute, if all of the things that come out of certain politicians' mouths are false and lies without any compulsion, and they now control the aspects of the government, wonder how accurate the reporting is, you know? That crosses my mind. But anyway, not to be that starts bordering on the conspiracy theory. I don't know where you draw the line. I've never been in a situation with a bunch of compulsive liars. Anyway, so what we have now is the virtual stream, and welcome. This is my virtual trading journal. All the times here are in, where am I here? All the times are in Central Standard Time. We're looking to open gap up, I guess. Maybe. Looks like a gap up. Nothing's financial advice. There's a disclaimer in the description here. The idea of streaming this to YouTube is for accountability and transparency, and I can review it on any device when I want to. So yeah, let's get on with the numbers. Obviously, non-farm payroll came out a little bit better than expected. And so everybody's hanging on every word for good news. Big sell-off yesterday afternoon, so that the higher time frame could get positioned long. Obviously, it's a zero-sum game. So when all of retail is selling like crazy, who's buying from them? And then how do those people profit? It's academic, and it's not very complicated. That's how it works. That's how the futures market for sure works. Not stocks, in that because there is no, in futures, there's no pool of liquidity or pool of stocks or shares. It is a contract between a buyer and a seller. For every buyer, there is a seller. That means every time you think the market's going to go up and you buy, somebody thinks it's going to go down and they sell it to you. Think about that for a minute. So let's see. I don't know. We've got some other news coming out probably. I'm kind of behind here and sort of disenchanted with all of this. I'm going to update my book map, but I've not been, I'm not familiar with doing that often. I keep it on a couple stable issue versions back. But I need to get up to a new one for some other functionality that I want. I'll wait to do that after the market today and over the weekend, just to be safe. Here's the juice. Here are the earnings out for the day. Exxon, Chevron, DuPont. Everybody's, up billions of dollars. And as they lay people off, so, it's all working out perfect. Here's our, the hourly earnings dropped. Non-farm payroll was up. It was 185 previous. They were predicting 138, and they came in at 177. So they're down nearly 10 million or 10,000 over previous month, and this has not been adjusted yet, so we'll see how that turns out. Okay, what else we got going on here? Let's do the pre-market. So now this is Bookmap, my trading platform. You can see where the non-farm number was and what we've done around that. Pretty much flat going into it. There was yesterday, there was the close, here was the open. Boom, boom, boom. Back over here now, we're going to need to scrunch this down a little bit to be able to see what we got going on. Oh, there we go. So here was yesterday, and here we are so far today. So we're going to be likely to be higher out of range from the looks of it, because here's the previous RTH high. This is the ES, the MES, the MNQ. Get it down here where we can see it. This is the MES micro composite chart, which is daily bars, the RTH session only. Wherever the price overlaps, I draw a volume profile or extend it over the top of them to get a VPOC and the rest of the applicable numbers. And this is the market profile for the MES, or for the ES, I should say. I got to change that to MES, I guess. We're sitting about 1.21% up, 1.18 positive change on the NQs, and 1.21 positive change on the ESs. This is the micro composite, and this is the regular ES mini. Same idea. So there's that. Now, the way this works is these high and low volume nodes are these red and green lines, and they push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. They are as follows then. These are the, this is the MC where I enter all these numbers and things manually. One thing about that naked volume point of control is over here. You can see that right there. These are the naked volume points of control. I just put this little button on here to keep them. And it's pretty busy otherwise. Yeah, so here we are right up here at the overnight high. Everybody's excited. It's wonderful. We're all young and thin. And Jesus, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny how transitory these things are, and it's indicative of the real purpose of the market, which is speculation, you know. So everybody knows that unemployment is up. Those non-farm numbers, incidentally, don't include government workers. Huge layoff. Thank you, Doge. So I think the readjusted numbers will be much worse, much lower. And this has got nothing to do with the value of the ES. This has got to do with speculation. And that's fine. But don't kid yourself, you know. I don't want to kid myself, let's put it that way, about what's really happening, about how these markets really work. It's got nothing to, there is a higher time frame which cares what the S&P is worth, or the NASDAQ. But that's not who we see the majority of the day here in the trading world at our level. So let's see, we've talked about that. We've talked about this. Okay, we're going to be opening higher out of range once again, which means gap up. And how do I know that? We're likely to open up here. Here, way down here somewhere is the close. So we're very much higher than the close. And here's yesterday's RTH high. So we are above that. So we are higher and out of range once again. Now I will use those statistics. I will use that open type to determine the statistics from the study for these session prices. I'll be right back. my morning and day today will be focused on my wife. She's got a last of a big test today, this morning. So try to support her, get through the shower, get out of her way, all that kind of stuff. And then I need to, when I take her to the test, I'm going to swing by and drop off my passport. It needs to be renewed. So there we are. And it is, where the hell am I now? Pre-market. Okay. So we're, obviously our inventory is all night high, and we are likely to take, I would definitely assume we were going to have some responsive selling for profit taking. Now that may just be me, but there you go. I am, stream seems to be streaming, so that's a good thing. I'm kind of losing my place here. Sorry about that. All right. In order to trade on Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking this padlock and selecting a interaction method with your mouse and the application. If you choose chart, you can only use this active data column. If you choose DOM, you can only trade with your mouse on the DOM columns. Both, obviously, double jeopardy. I also have my keyboard activated and hotkeys. You can do that real easy right there. And it's activated. These are my hotkeys, so I can do all of that stuff. And that works in either configuration, chart or DOM or both, any of the three. But you have to have the focus of the computer has got to be on this application for the keyboard to work. If I'm looking at IRT and I've clicked somewhere over there and then I look back at Bookmap and try to keyboard an entry, nothing happens. That's why often in the stream you'll see me click up here in the header bar or whatever just to make sure. Back in the days when I was trading with keyboard only, I would click back here to make sure I had focus on Bookmap. Now with the mouse, of course, doesn't matter because the minute you click, focus is there. So I'm trying to convert to the mouse most of the time because I think it's quicker. If I'm doing something with my mouse and then I see a potential trade getting ready to happen, I've got to leave the mouse alone, go back to the keyboard with both hands, all that stuff. So I'm thinking this is a little bit, might improve my entry some, I hope. Also, then what I need to do is use I use multi-brackets. And I am now using a 4-lot regular multi-bracket package. When we had all that craziness, I was using a high volatility, which had 24 tick stop, but I'm using a regular 4-lot now, and it's real simple. You just have the package must have an even number of contracts. The stop for all of the contracts in the package is at one location, in this case 12 ticks. You can decide that however you want to. ATR, chicken bones in a circle, whatever you want to do, And the next key thing is that the first risk neutral scale is for the same amount of ticks as your stop loss in the positive side and for half of the package. Therefore, the minute you achieve this scale, you're risk neutral, and the worst that you can do is scratch the trade, unless you move your stop away from entry, and then you have other problems. And then my runners are 24 and 48 ticks. Finally, I confirm the package size, and then I click the trade control panel button again, and notice it stays green and the padlock stays unlocked because we've chosen a way to interact with the application. But this way, I get my real estate back and I don't trade my P&L. And that is how I trade them. And I forget to hit that goddamn thing every time. All right, so I guess I'm pretty much getting here now. Let me just see what's going on upstairs here. make sure that the stream is streaming and everybody's happy and healthy and wealthy and all that stuff. Yeah, there we go. So we're up and streaming, and I haven't done the slow market or the after hours short stream yet, though I have been trading it, and I've done, now last night was kind of, let me see if I can show you that. I've taken the trades with TopStep X, just trying to see how that works. And here we are. Now, here was my trade, right? Made $37, so that would have been $370. This is a micro. Didn't flip it, and you see what happened. That was the real trade of the evening of the slow market. That's from 19 to about 2000, right? That was the trade, which I didn't take, but because I had moved on to something else, I was trying to sort out some other issue here with the family. And look at us go here now. This is one of the idiosyncrasies of this thing. You got to keep pulling the volume profiles across, which I find real annoying, but I am assuming they'll get it fixed at some point. So that's TopStep X. Trade of 8 is, okay, we'll roll them over. There we go. There we are with trade of 8. I'm just looking at different packages here. I can't show you Quant Tower because it is, that requires a different kind of log on that I have to close down either Bookmap or IRT, and I'm not going to do that now. I only have a limited number of add-on log-ons for this account, so I can't have 3. I can have 2 in addition to the regular one. So there we are. Okay, so here we are testing. I'm going to say that my initial reaction is going to be that we'll be getting short. What else we got to do here? Okay, oops. Damn it. Okay. I didn't do the statistics yet. I'll do them after I do this snap. I can talk about them, I guess. So this is the TLab snap. And it is I do this every day at 8:20, and I do all the numbers at about 6. I do a screen snap and push them into the TLab. The TLab, you may ask yourself, is what? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Started by a guy named Tom B., who is a professional trader, been doing it successful trader, been doing it 46 years or something like that. And he, I guess the reason I stuck the first time was absolutely nothing is for sale. There's no solicitation of any sort. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal. So that intrigued me, and I guess that's what got me to hang around the first time. And so I post this one to them, which kind of gives people that don't have the similar charting all the numbers they may need for the day, when looking back historically and whatever else. Tom doesn't call trades, nor does he trade live, which is disappointing to me. When I first joined, before he was all excited about doing this live stream and more officially part of Bookmap, he traded. It was from the open on, or from actually a little pre-market on. He was live narration and talking, interacting with the Discord, and for about 3-4 hours a day. And that was great because the narration and everything was in real time. Now it's all rearview mirror, which kind of puts me off, actually, frankly. Anybody can do that. Now, Tom has a lot of insight. He has great, I share and appreciate his risk management ideas. This risk neutral package originally came out of something he was doing or suggested about it. So there's a lot of things that I still, it's the only site that I recommend. I do not recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord chat rooms, only the Traders Lab, because I haven't been to them. One or two others I did visit for a short period of time, and the second word out of the guy's mouth was, "This is available for sale on my website, and my mentoring costs $1,000 a month," and blah, 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 which is perfectly fine, but it's not when I'm not interested in that at all. So there you are. The Traders Lab, Tom B, Bookmap Discord chat room. And there's a link in the description here to join the Bookmap Discord area. You've got to join that server, obviously, or whatever you call it with Discord. So there you are. Now let's get back to the more important stuff, which is the statistics. So we're looking to open higher out of range once again, and that is this open type. Bookmap or IRT automatically highlights the correct open column, and it just coincidentally was the same thing we did yesterday. So we have 2,000 days in the study it looks back at. Of those 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 514 days, or 25.7% of the time. Of these days where we opened higher out of range, we visited the overnight volume point of control 80.2% of the time. Overnight volume point of control 80.2. And that, boys and girls, is all there is to it. And that looks a little suspicious because here is the overnight VPOC. And here is the full session VPOC, and I know exactly what the problem is, and that is that the statistics have not been properly updated from IRT. Remember that these flags are pushed from IRT. What I'm going to do is a data download here, and the way you do that's real simple. You just right-click on the chart, data download. Full data, 2,000 days, bam, there you go. And it'll do that for the ES. And we'll see. Then this is where the data pushes. I keep this flag up just so I can see that it's working. You don't have to. This is for the export data RTX functionality, and it exports the session prices that I've selected, and that's what generates these flags at these locations. So pretty quick, I think you're going to see this one be right there. Now let's go back to what we were doing here. I guess in the meantime, this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. And we'll go through 1600 today. This is the RTH session profile, volume profile, which will reset at 0830 this morning. Chart volume profile, which just plots what's on your heat map or your chart side. This is my notes column where I change the title to the open type every day. Then I also enter the statistics associated, dictated from the open type for the associated session prices. Now we'll see if this doesn't catch up, which I think it already will. Oh, no, we're clear up here now, it says. Okay. $56.66. That's not right. What's going on here? The overnight VPOC is 56.6650 for the micro composite. See? Right here, 56.6650, right there. This is not correct. This is 90. I'm going to go to what I believe to be the case, which is 56 right there, which is coincidentally just exactly what Bookmap is showing by its flag. There we go. Now everybody's updated properly. Okay. All right. Now it finally got its shit together. Got up there. Okay. Now let's get back to the statistics world quickly here, if I can, before we open in 3 minutes. Better hurry, huh? What's next? Overnight high. Overnight volume profile. Overnight high is 77.7. Ooh, 777. Good airplane. Overnight mid is 64.2. And that's somewhere around here usually, right there. So that little hiccup with the plotting got me all just back on my hind foot. We've got 2 minutes for the open now. That's more important to me. Then I can update these levels as we go, but watching and having the open and starting to flag these correctly is more important at the moment. So I'm going to get ready to update my IRT charting to regular trading session hours, RTH. We're going to open here in about a minute or so. This is 8:30, this vertical. I have these set on, supposed to be set on 5 minutes, but they're not. I don't know what the hell's going on now. There we are. So we're going to open here in a couple of minutes, and I'll start flagging these in. The previous RTH high, let's see what that one is, where it's going to get taken out. So now, if this opens below here, we're lower in range. No, we're higher in range, not low. And I need to go back to bed. Previous high is 64.4. Okay. There we go. Now, overnight high, overnight low, all of those will be on the table. Overnight high has been, IB high has been one that's been kind of, the IB high and the IB low is 65.8. Now I got to get that. Well, we've opened now already, so there we go. There's our first flag. IB high is 69.8. And that's the IB, B high. And I have to put those initials because obviously this is going to switch real quick up here when that flag will jump when we when the first data comes across. So that's how that works. Now I'll switch this to regular trading session. No lags, that's good. Okie dokie. Smoky. It's important that I do this every morning, and I'll tell you why. Why? It really only affects one value as far as the session prices go. And that's the relationship between you see how the value area high and low have now changed. So, but I can look down here and know where the previous value area, the previous IB high was. The difference between the developing value area high and the value area high is the relationship that matters about what charting I have IRT set for. The developing value area high, I want to reflect the current auction. So this will pretty quick jump up here. And the value area high is I want to reflect the previous RTH session. If I left it on full session charting on IRT, the value area high would be after we've opened today's RTH session, this would be reflecting the previous ETH, the session that's just changed, this one over here. That's why it's important for me to do that. And you see that the developing value area high has already shifted up. So the updating is working. I'm so excited. We did, didn't we? We did close by a tickaroonie here. No, maybe. Yeah, it looks to me like we've closed because here's the IB low, one tick below. We just closed the gap. So no more gap rules. I'm not even going to bother putting it in. It was only a couple of points. And we've taken this one out. So good for us. The way I do these is I change the style. I change the text to black for numbers that aren't current anymore. And then on the weekend, I get rid of all the stuff I don't think matters or that I don't care about keeping track of. So we are trading up a little bit. My responsive selling idea is working out very good. Hey, Antonio, good morning. Happy Friday, dude. I think everything's working here. Let's check. There we go. My best Portuguese. Bom dia. Tudo bem, fofo. That was the classic Angolan. Tudo bem, fofo. Ah, tudo. That was a lot of fun. I was in sub-Saharan Africa for most of the 90s. Angola primarily, and Zaire, which is now the Republic of Congo, and Malawi, Kenya. And then the last year or two in Johannesburg, South Africa. And then I discovered trading and realized that they wanted $15,000 a month for the equivalent of a T1 internet connection internationally out of South Africa. And I wanted to trade because I had found out about that and thought it was a great idea. And I checked around, and you could get better speed with a DSL in America for $50 a month. So I closed down my business and whatever else and moved back over to Miami. It was the first time I'd lived in the States in a long time. And then it promptly lost all my money in 911. So that was, I guess a period of time. I probably should have had I never found out about that or discovered that trading was a great idea right at the tail of the .com bubble, talk about shitty timing. And I knew absolutely nothing. It was just whipping and spurring and gambling, and just like I had done everything else in my life pretty much up to then. But I'd always been successful. So I didn't have any reason to think I wouldn't be at this, but then that was pretty crazy. All right, come on. Where's that responsive selling? You guys got to want to take some profit. Maybe not. It's, see, we had non-farm. It's Friday. I think Monday might be a holiday. No. I got to look into that. I don't remember actually. Check later. I'm hallucinating stuff, I guess. I dreamed that whatever that Treasury Secretary's name is going to have some conversation or press conference starting at 8 o'clock this morning. I must have dreamed it all. I don't know. If I'm now dreaming report crap, I think it's time to take a break. Probably. So we are in a pretty muted market again. That's kind of a bummer and kind of refreshing both at the same time, you know. If you're on the side of any of those 100 or 200 point jumps, like last night would have been a great one to be long on that one. Even though I did it, you know, take, I don't know, I guess 35 or something points, but then it just immediately went up 200 points. That was the M in Q that I was messing with. I've been messing with over here on the TopStep X thing. Here was the trade, short, cover down here, cover here, and then look at that. I mean, who knew about this morning, but that was basically, if I'd have flipped it, that was 770, say, to somewhere up around it. If you just took it back to the VWAP, that would have been 960. So that would have been 200 points right there with exactly zero heat. But instead, I got $37. But the theory, as you know, is it doesn't matter. This part doesn't matter at all. What matters is the number of ticks. And I don't know if I can change that or not, actually. I think so. Wait a minute here. Now I've got the chart value in points. I don't know why the profit's not doing it in points. I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time poking around back here. Anyway, so that's that. I'm going to update Bookmap to a newer version. But I decided I thought better of it. I didn't thought of it this morning again, and so I realized I wanted to do something, and I needed to be in a newer version to do that. I'm on an older version of it. I try to keep my version on a stable. You know, I'm on 7.5, and they're up to, I don't know what they're up to, 7.7 or something. I'm kind of one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it sorta ones. Well, a mean reversion, 78 to 93. So that's, you know, there's 10 points. There's 15 handles. Okie dokie. See if I've got everything happening right here. I guess I do. Gonna reload the water bottle here. Okie dokie. I suppose I would guess. Let me see here. Well, we've got factory orders out at the top of the next hour. Or I guess. No. Factory orders in 15 minutes, top of this hour. There we go. Needed to refresh. I don't, just then the Baker Hughes rig counts. And this is what I was thinking about right over here. They're going to beat that drum till they knock a hole in the top. Oh, this ought to be some fireworks here. Tuesday, Carney's going to come down and meet with the Trumpanini, the great Trumpini, I guess that's a better way to do it. What do we got going on now? May 5th. I don't think we want to play with May 5th too bad. We got Carney speaking at 10. And unless something... Wow. He's cut the tariffs on Mexican auto parts to 0. Well, he really won that deal, huh? Wow. Why start all this shit? I still believe it's the great misdirection. You know? It's the great Trumpini. Take something that's perfectly fine, make a mess, and then make a big deal out of curing the problem, solving the problem. And just forget the part about the problem, who created the problem. I really think that's where they're going. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't see any other stuff, so I'm going to stop worrying about the news and stuff. And I mean, you can't worry about the extemporaneous tweets from somewhere. Or what worries me is if at least we have a heads up that there's going to be some presentation or news conference or press release or, executive order signing or whatever the hell, because those kind of public appearances always take an opportunity to say something, usually. Maybe not even related to the presser at all, but something. So we're in a pretty tight range here that I'm not going to monkey with. I'm on the right. I better make sure I got everything set up. I'm on the right deal. I'm on the right thing. I'm green. I got my 4-lot, regular 4-lot on. Something I want to do is figure out a ATR. Don't know whether to put that here on one of my regular charts or put it on my my little monkey around page back here. Average true range. Smoothing period, simple. Actual range of last. $13 connected. Add and close. Where is it going? Create a new pane. Well, according to this, I just added this true range here on IRT. This is just a page I use for different stuff. Like here's my average volume. You know, I look back at this to see where we are. We're low now on volume. We're only 75%. So our average volume has been 110,000 at this point in time, and we're at 83. This is a Renko chart. I have a little indicatory thing over here, and I wanted to see what the ATR was. Right now we're at 1.75 points. So that would say to me that using my regular risk neutral package is probably a reasonably good thing to do. Well, 89 to 75, so there's another 10 points, you know. I don't think shorting out of the hole is the place to go. I try to stick to my trade plan rules, you know, don't diddle in the middle and all that kind of stuff. This would be the mean reversion from here up. My problem is that I think we're going to trade lower. So I don't think long is the way to go today so far. Just looking at it. Here's our trade so far. Context appears down. Lower lows, lower highs. I don't know what else to say about it than that. It's the only way I know to look at it. I'm not a fib guy or any of that stuff. I don't know. Do you do all that stuff, Antonio? Fibonacci's and lots of indicators and things? I don't. Certainly did, but I don't. Well, this could be making a case for mean reversion here. We are now kind of bottomed out at the IB low and are putting in a higher low and a little higher high and is this a bull flag or whatever, bull trap or whatever they call it? That I don't know. Everything's okay in the house here. It's awful quiet.
The market is open.
Yeah, everything's. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so much for the mean reversion, huh? And that overnight volume point of control is a pretty spicy meatball. That thing is a definitely good direction to go. Yeah, okay. There's a couple of those TopStep guys, that TopStep TV guys, a couple of the older trader, they call them coaches, you know, there's 3 or 4 of them. I don't like the continual sports analogy, but they all like sports, so there you go. Guys probably my age, you know, have been trading 30, 40 years or something like that. 2 or 3 of them are pretty stuck on the 200 moving average, simple, and then the 50 and the 20. They call it a death cross when the 50 crosses under the 200 and those kind of things. So those are some things worth thinking about, I guess. I don't know how much lower we're going to go here. We're down at the value area high from yesterday, and now that's working properly. By changing this to the regular trading session, this is now yesterday's regular trading session, and here's today's. And here's the value area high, and everybody's just, I love it when a plan comes together. So much different now, you know. I see I'm getting used to these different perspectives. Oh, well, there you go. I actually have over here on my micro composite, if you see these MAs, I coded up, and then I have a button for them. So there's the 200, and there's the 50. On the MES daily chart. Because I got to thinking, you know, was I just being stupid? Yeah, you know, if it works, well, use it. You know, there's 10 points, and I didn't do it. Got to get over this. But I do think we're... Well, I was going to say I do think we're ripe for some more down action, but you wouldn't think that by looking. Now there's a mid flip, or they call it a Rod and Company. I've got a thing they've been watching a lot. This big sell-off down here, this liquidity sweep. Not sure how much validity those have in what we're doing, and why did that happen? Did somebody say something? There wasn't any number out at that time. Don't seem to be getting anywhere on the sell side over here either. Yeah, too late. Now it's a chase. That was too late. So there's the mid flip. I'm sure Rod's going off about that in static, and rightfully so. Now it's a chase, and not a good idea. He who hesitates is lost, right? Somebody said that. Yeah, to the upside it was. Was. Yeah, of the trades that I've been talking about here, the mean reversion off of this overnight VPOC value area highs spiky downy thing here has got the better return, right? It's 63, so there's 10 points, and it's up 10 points. A little bit of a pullback, but you're certainly scaled. And once you've got that scale off, then it's put on your helmet, put up your feet, and away you go. My problem here is that I think the context is down quite clearly today, and so I don't think longs are the way to go. Just looking at this. Lower highs, lower lows, and these green lines are the IB, right? So that's pretty obvious what they are. There's the VWAP from the overnight, and that IB and the VPOC was right here, and have a problem with that, I guess. And I'm sure that one of my problems is hesitation. As the old saying, confirmations for Catholics, right? But thinking too much and not just doing it, and being rigid in rules. More rigid in my rules. Too rigid in my rules, I guess. And here we have here's my best friend, the VPOC migration lower. Let's see what happens here now. Are we going to go up and test up in here someplace? Are we going to do another? So far, we're doing this mid flip thing. But if you look at it on a different scale, what are we doing now? Well, now we're going higher lows. I don't know. Such a big difference to what you do with perspective, time frame. Your time frame is so important. I would like to see him get up here and test this again before I get all excited about a short. They have yet to do that. Damn them. Son of a bitch. Okay, is this the test? Are we going to come up and do anything over here? If I'd have gone short up in here, of course they'd have gone up for price check at aisle 3, right? That's the way it works usually. I'm thinking that this liquidity here at 80, 160, 170, 180 contracts land there. There we are. There we go. Oh yeah. There you are. Now what is this all about? Look at that. Why? What? Is there news? Is there a report? Is there some reason? I don't think so, other than it's just... And right now we have to be careful because the POC is moving around. It's only 2,500, right? We only got to get it. There's 2160, 2211. We only got to get a couple more contracts up here, and this POC is right back up where it started. So I guess I'm going to have to decide that, I don't know what. So I hope you're long off that overnight VWAP. That was the one. That looks like the trade. Price check at aisle 3. Are they going to go out the top with something for some particular reason? I don't know what that might be. I don't know why in the world. Oh, and there we go. There's that move I was talking about. Yep. Boop, boop. The dipsy doodle, the do-side do. If you square dance, you know what that means. It's kind of like an Alaman left. I have no clue what to do up here. You know, and then they come back down to here. Yeah, me too, obviously. Me too, obviously. Well, I don't know. It's a rodeo. I got to go dig up my spurs, I guess. Figure this out. And it, could very well be a typical gap rules. If we close the gap early on in the session and we trade down to and are accepted within value, previous value, chances are very high, a very high probability we'll trade across that value. So we traded down to value. We weren't accepted in value. We were rejected out of it. And we traded up. I mean, I guess, there you go. And what it says is that if you're rejected out of value, then you expect to trade and back away in the direction of the gap. So that seems to be what we're doing. And now we got higher highs and higher lows all the way up. Back up to where we started. Right, there's the open. Right now we're sitting at 0. And the IB high is still way up above us at whatever that is, 95-ish. 94.75, I guess, or 94.5. Yep, 94.5. Well, yeah, those rear view mirror trades, baby, they're great, aren't they? And so easy to see. So easy to see. Let's see what somebody's talking about somewhere. Nothing there. Tom is saying what? Wow, it's amazing now. Amazing now to poke my nose back into the daily chat on the TLab. I don't recognize maybe one or two people anymore. Alan Nim, who I helped get his shit going for his IRT, and Willards. I don't know who. Oh, well, Tom, of course. Peppy and Bad Orca, and wow. I mean, great. It's funny how it changes, how the membership turns over. There. Good for Tom. He appreciates that. Yeah, at the top now. And if you look at the profile, it's about as balanced as you're going to get, with a little bit of skew to the top, which would suggest long liquidation. Same thing over here, pretty easy to see over here as well. Yeah, there we go. Up to that IB high now. Where are we? We're at 911 already. Wow, 911. Oof. Sucked. I was sitting at my desk in Miami, in my office, day trading equities, and watched that whole thing unfold on my screens above me. The TV I used to, back in the day before I knew anything, I would actually listen to, had CNBC up, thinking I knew something about it, or Bloomberg or something, thinking that would help. Remember, people used to say there was a Maria Bartiromo trade that every day when she gave her pre-market spiel, she would give a tip off to where you could do something, and none of it ever mattered to me. But yeah, that was quite a watch that plane come zooming across on live TV and smack into the second tower. That's pretty incredible. Well, I don't know. Higher highs, higher lows, all the way back up to where we started. Here we are at the open. Got no idea what to do here now. This is kind of a crapshoot. Maybe just flip a coin and then manage it. Don't think shorting this is the thing to do. I mean, quite obviously it was a down move. I wasn't flexible enough to get on that. And then it moved around, and the idea would have been to just get on the up move, be flexible, day trade. There goes that pretty gal. Okay. 9:15. So the IB stat is going to be in play here pretty quick. We haven't had any IB 30s yet. No, we haven't. Looking like we're going to get one pretty quick here on the upside, though. The overnight high is up there at 99.25 with a 77% chance of being tagged, which looks like it's going to be pretty inevitable. The first IB 30 there. And I don't believe shorting this would be a very prudent thing to do. Maybe look at it up back at 57 again, and think about it. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days ago, we were trading 53s. Yeah. Got 400 contracts sitting up there at 57. They're definitely wanting some people to get up there, huh? My opinion of that would be that's profit taking. After selling off yesterday and getting everybody crosswise. Here's our IB 30. Well, I am certainly not going to imagine that they won't take the IB high or the overnight high. So this would not be something I would think would be a prudent short. And, we've been now higher highs and higher lows for more time than we haven't. No, that's not true. We basically flipped around 850, around 852 or 3. So we've only been 20 minutes. It's about even. $20. I've noticed they sucker people into this IB stat a lot in about 10 or so minutes, like right now. And we'll turn around and go up and get it. And I'm not usually clever enough to get long. Look at there. Look at that. 12 points. See what happens if we get long at this open. I'm not a big fan of, going trading out of the middle out, which is exactly what this would be. So that's, goes against my grain pretty bad. But I'm sick and tired of just kind of sitting around and not doing anything. Or just, or stop all this crap and just trade the slow market like I have been, and I've made money every day there for, I don't know, just a few days. I start trading micros or minis. Oh, now what? Consolidation, a bar trade, breakout retest. Is something going to happen I don't know about? 930. The fear index is at 42. They're saying risk on in crypto. Well, that's, yeah, okay. That's not a shock. Factory orders are down. Oh, Carney started speaking at 10. He will start speaking at 10. I hope I had that on the news. I hope I had that over here. Yeah, I did. Okay. I just can't get enough of that spanking those everybody. What's all that about? Oh, there we go. Now we're going to move the big VPOC migration up. I'm about half tempted to put on a long looking for that IB high and the overnight high against the VPOC migration, but it looks like I busy talked myself right past my opportunity. Maybe not. That's that line has been holding pretty solid, hasn't it?
Order submitted.
Put one down there and see what happens. See if it gets it. Too late, I'm afraid. Too late, I'm afraid. Now it's a chase. God darn it. And this is way late, even though it's developing value area high. It's not been a level. This has been much more of a decisive level there at that previous VPOC. Yeah. Oh well. When the train left the station. Sound like Mick Jagger. She had two red lights on behind. Oh. Disappointing. Disappointing. Doggone it. Well, here comes the IB high and the overnight high. I would guess. Still got 2, 3, 500 contracts living right here in this liquidity. God damn it. Boy, that's disappointing. So that's not an IB statistic. That is still an IB 30. Granted, it's got 4 minutes left, but that's saying something right up there to 5,700. Well, that's pretty darn disappointing. Bummer. A ripe opportunity for FOMO. Still have a lot of liquidity sitting above us. Lots of orders up there. Damn it. 930, the IB stats in play. Doesn't look like a leap of faith to take the IB, to imagine it's going to be the IB high. It would be pretty funny if it was they took the IB low. I've seen that happen more than once. Not like this, where there's been 3 tests pushing the high right up to the moment, but where they'll test up close to it and turn around and go the other way. I've seen that way more than once. That developing value area high, that seems to be a pretty good level, a lot. And they still haven't done it, huh? Still haven't taken the IBI. That's pretty funny. Not funny, haha, but you know, ironic. See what happens with the long here.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
All right, and if it gets a scale, great, and if it gets taken out, also great. Tired of standing around. Except that'll piss me off. They go up to within a tick of the scale and then turn around and go the other way. That's kind of disappointing. And that's what I get for taking a trade off the VPOC, but yeah. Well, that's pretty darn disappointing there. All right, so there's a risk neutral scale. So now I am now it's a scratch. Worst is going to happen. It's a risk neutral scale. And it looks like I probably will get taken out, but you know, at least I put one on. Make sure everything's okay for my wife here. Got a big deal for big event in her life today. So that's the priority. I'll tell you, they're just bouncing all over that and probably going to slip down there to the open. Perhaps I'll price check at aisle 3. This is where moving your stop becomes a question. Do you move it down here to this price check below the VWAP? Or what do you do? I don't know. What I'm going to not do is move the stop because that's been against my rules, and I don't believe you should change your trade plan or your rules in the middle of a trading day. So we'll see what happens. They keep teasing me with these targets, man. One tick within the targets and then dorking around. Let's get up there and do this now. Come on, girls. Push. Everybody get out and push. Oh, damn. Everybody get out and push. What happened here? Would the market die or what? Yeah. And there's T2. Now I have a big question in my mind always as to what do I do now? Do I bring my stop up after T2? Do I bring my stop up to entry and lock in what profit that I do have so far, which is, peanuts. But I'm thinking that we're going to get we should very definitely get, we got a 97% chance of the, or probability of the IB high or low being taken out in every open type. One would expect it would be the IB high, but you never know. And now we're going to come down here, and if I'd have put my stop at entry, let's see what would happen. We're dangerously close. And they're sneaking that. And the higher they trade it up, the higher I'd like them to trade that up so that the VWAP gets above my stop. I could lower the stop now also because break even is clear down here. Right, that's what that green line does. Oh well, it will or it won't. It'll work or it won't. That's pretty easy. And there's another 5 minutes number. This is, of course, where you wish you had a mini and not a micro. So it's $80 would be $820 if it were a mini. That's how you make money trading. Second. Oh, did it take it out? It did. It took the stop out right there. Ha! To the tick. Well, that's pretty amazing. So I guess I should have taken it down some, huh? Yeah, so $45, and now it's going to go up to the stop. Well, there you go. There you have it. Wow, that's just really pretty phenomenal. And I actually talked about moving the stop down to this POC here. And that would have been, I would still be in the trade and heading north. That's pretty incredible. What a chicken shit. Chicken shit deal that is. That's pretty amazing. Isn't it? 45 points, but still, you know? Pretty amazing. And it'll go up to the POC or IB. What's up? What's up? What's up? Come on, let's get this next. Yeah, well, anyway, there you go. There you go. That's just pretty freaking amazing. You know, it's so easy to be paranoid about stuff like that. How in the world? Completely random. Now, looking back, where is it? Well, let's look back. There was my stop. There's a bunch of, that's a level, right? That's a bunch of consolidation. So when I was talking earlier about moving my stop below this POC, that was the thing I should have done. I just have a mental, that would have also brought me below the VWAP and the open. I have a mental thing about moving my stop. I think that's one of the slipperiest slopes you can venture out on. But in this case, I'd still be in the trade. And I'm sure it will go to the IB high. I'm not sure of anything, but I anticipate that it'll go to the IB high with very little problem at this point. They look down here and they got the stops, me included, and now they're going up, and here they go. That is pretty darn amazing. Especially having discussed it. Here we go. Especially having discussed that. And, you know, do you try to pick up that extra few dollars and by throwing on a long up here? Targeting the IB high again. Probably not a good idea. Now, if that were my minis, that would be $450. That's a reasonable trade. That's a reasonable day's work. The important part is I used all of my VPOC migration, which is one I never do, but you know, and my risk neutral plan and stuck with it completely. So I have that. Now, had I moved this down under VWAP, would have been a much better idea. So here we are. Let's see how long it takes to get up there. Once we hit the IB high, we're going to go up to about 0.5, perhaps a little higher, 0.5 quarter, because there's a bunch of liquidity sitting there. Now we're going to take my second stop out. Now with this configuration, even taking the third target would be $72 in the minis, in the micros, because it's 720 in the minis. I've done that many times. So yeah, well, that's pretty incredible, isn't it? Yeah, that's the kind of shit you go, what? And there's really, is there actually even a trade there? Well, that sucks. If it makes you feel any better, I got stopped out to the tick. If you see, I mean, I had gotten scales 1 and 2 off, so, and it was a micro, but look at that. Look at that trade. That's just freaking amazing. If I wasn't, yeah. I'm really sorry about the internet. That's, no, I'm unmuted now. I'm pretty sure, but yeah, that sucks, man. I was hoping you hadn't had another power story. That's okay. It will go up there, and then it got within T3. I'm trying to be real, obviously, religious about not moving stops and stuff like that. But it's really, I actually even in the stream here, I actually even talked about what I should do is move the stop after T2 when break even dropped way down here. Move the stream below the VWAP and the open, even perhaps to this price check at aisle 3, which would have made it completely safe. And I have to think about that. One of the things I've noticed with those guys at TopStep TV is they don't do anything hard and fast, rigid. They put stop under the swing high. They don't. Dakota in particular, who makes $6,000-$7,000 a day. While I'm watching live, he doesn't use profit targets because he figures it limits himself. He adjusts as he thinks he needs to and lets him go, as an example. So, yeah. It's, there are so many ways to approach this. I'm just trying to hold my line on the risk neutral setup and see what happens. I'm glad you're back online, dude. I'm going to be taking Mama off to her college test here. I'm going to leave probably about 10:45. So you'll be off to the stream and have a great weekend if I don't talk to you in between then. But yeah, it's great. Thanks for hanging out. It's nice to have somebody to talk to. So that's pretty radical. Still didn't get that IB high. Took out my top again. I'm not going to do that. What is this? Willards. Okay. That's the wrong thing. I didn't want that. I wanted that. Wow. So that's pretty surprising. What is that all about now? Has that got to do with some monkey business here, or? Well, I can't imagine that Carney would have that kind of impact. I don't know who an OMB is. Senior OMB. Oh, here you go. Senior OMB official. We plan to send a recession package for Dodge cuts to Congress. I don't know what OMB is, to be honest with you. Yeah. All right, I'm going to get ready to dust off here with my wife and my passport to the office, and away we go. Everything's up and running. Antonio is busy off to the stream. I hope, I'm sure. Regards to everybody. If you dust away and I don't talk to you again, happy weekend. Trade safe. Remember, your most important job as a trader is risk management. If you can't, if you blow up your account, it doesn't matter how many great things you think of or strategies you have. If you can't trade tomorrow, you're done. So there you go. Well, they're probably going to take out the IB low now. I think I probably said that before. So, yeah, I'm not upset about the trade at all. So far, we're just flipping back and forth, just rotating between value area high and low here. So that's, and I'm out of here in another 5 minutes.
The market is open.
Well, back straight up 12, huh? Okay. I see we got through the IB high finally. Yeah. So I'm still in the same place I was here and not too upset about that. Got to have priorities, right? Life needs to be a priority. All right, so I guess we're into the power hour. My wife passed all of her exams, so she's happy. We are all happy, so I'm not too worried about this right now. But, you know, just to close it off properly, I'll be updating the book map and stuff over the weekend. Hopefully have the music sorted out. Hopefully makes more trades. Not hopefully, it will. Okay. Well, there's another 10 points since I came in here and said something. I think I should have just thrown on along and gotten out of the way. Mean reversion. Not really a mean reversion, but you know. Actually, that is a structured trade. When the POC is outside the IB, then we have an IB to VPOC. That is a structured trade in the TLab and here and everywhere. Only I didn't do it. Yeah, we got a celebration here, so. And our daughter graduates in a couple of weeks. Both of them going to get their graduation in the same month and the same year. Mom and daughter. That's pretty cool. Considering they're both Vietnamese and have taught themselves to read, write, and speak English in the meantime and get those degrees. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. What's going on here? There's something wrong here. I don't know what it is. Not able to get the latest and greatest. Let's see, what do we do for a... Now, I'm not taking I'm not going to diddle in the middle. And this is obviously a very strong market, so shorting it's not a good idea. Trying to pick a top. Something's wrong here with this thing, I think. There we go. Okay, coming up on the bottom of the hour. The final turn for the week. Consolidation. Will we have a breakout and retest? Will we get a bar up here? We kind of got an early head start on one right there. But that's not really, I guess, the thing to do. So far, one trade. Went to targets 1 and 2 and not 3. Got stopped out, at scratch, or actually better than break even. We're at a big resistance area right here. What was the hell was that? At 145, that must have been news. Or something to do with a tweet bomb or something. I think they call it a tape bomb now. Euphemism for, let's see what's going on with the, with this. Well, not a hell of a lot, really. Nothing really. Oh, come on. Well, ooh, look at this. I didn't even see all that over there. It's been quite the day here. They're pretty rambunctious about this, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 distribution day. That's pretty amazing. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't set this for RTH, duh, football. I've still got it on ETH. That's not so good, is it? What the hell's going on? I don't know what I did now. I think I broke it. You blockhead, you broke it. Oh, there's last night. Oh no, that was yesterday, right? This is just the RTH up. You can tell I'm not very handy with this thing. Well, let's get away from that and get back to familiar ground. There we go. Right back to familiar ground here now. Will there be profit taking now? If you stop and think about it, this market's been trading up since last night, and we haven't really taken any profits yet. Will they hold profit into this weekend? Look at this, run right down to the liquidity or to the support and back up. I keep threatening to be fast enough to just be focused on the market and hitting these things when they do these quick V bottoms like that. It's hard to see that as a V bottom until I get wound out past 5 minutes, but you see what I mean. Oh, there it is. I would, I don't know. I would anticipate some shorts for profit taking, some selling. Maybe they're going to be able to get it all done. And the market on close orders, I don't know about. Tuckman, his phone died in the middle of getting ready to talk about that. This is clearly not the spot to short. However, the bottom, you don't short the bottom and long the top. It's the other way around. I heard talking somewhere. I must have something on. I must have TopStep audio going live or something. All right. So if you had to look at this daily micro composite here and ask yourself what you think a safe direction would be, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days up. I don't think I'd be trying to short this thing myself. And in fact, the trade I did take was a long. So if you know me well enough, you'll know that's not that normal of an occurrence. Here we go. Here's that long off of these consolidation lows. And there's, 6 points. 3 being the scale. And then the target. And then the T1 or T2. So that would have been a nothing, an outer space to POC trade. So it's not really anything other than, it is definitely at a consolidation area for sure. But there's no level, there's no structured trade. That's just outer space to a POC. So that's not a vetted trade or a structured trade that I should be dealing with. And I'm not. And we got 10 minutes or 11 to the POC or MOCs. Well, that was pretty stupid. Oh, yeah. What a wonderful woman. Person, I should say. Gender having nothing to do with it. Well, that's about a squeezy excuse for a VPOC migration, but it seems to be working out pretty well. I just kind of has question shorting up in here after we've been long all day. I'd say that's the retreating army. Looks to me like. Heaven 78 degrees severe thunderstorm watch. Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun. This part of the country kind of just seems to go from one weather crisis to the next. It's kind of weird. I grew up in an area where it was severe weather, but not crisis weather. You know, it would be winter and snow and cold, and then spring and rainy and warm, and then summer, and then fall, and then winter. The place goes from one disaster season to the next, and the power falls over and everything, you know. It's really weird. And I have lived in a lot of pretty crazy places, but I think this has got to be one of them. Kind of take the cake. Seems like every one of the yearly seasons has got a crisis involved with it. Here. So we're at the, here we are testing those levels again. Right here, all that support. All those barcodes or zippers or whatever you want to call them. And now we're breaking out of it. Now they're going to take some profit? You don't know. Now it's too late, of course, because it's a... the dogs are out, right? Horses are going over the hill. It doesn't even shut the barn door now, I guess. Down to the next liquidity. I hate that. NASDAQ, these are the micros I'm talking about here, okay? So the MNQs right down here, traded all the way across to the IB. Kind of leading the way for up here, I guess you could say. We got the MOCs in 4. I don't know how to trade the MOC, frankly. I don't know what to do with it. And, you know, like it could come out now and be 2 billion sell side and revise at the close and go the other way. That's what happened yesterday. It was the buy side, and at the closing bell, it went sell side. So they obviously play some games there. Oh, look at here, down to the IB. So I guess I should have not laughed quite so loud at this BPOC and migration, because it's gone. Quite a ways here. Oh, look at us go. Aren't they proud of themselves? 1 minute. Or something. Whoa, look at it go. 1 minute to the MOCs. With all this selling, do we decide that they've got some advanced warning? Now that'll pop up here, but not as fast as, because it's not, I have it delayed. So I'm not paying $1,000 a year for this or whatever it is. IB, VWAP, overnight high are still way up in the air here. Excuse me. Way up in the air. There's 50. So there's the MOCs. I'm not sure what that means, but there they are. Still aren't out on the juice. I guess that means buy side. I don't really know. I don't really know how to interpret or trade it. That's why I'm watching it a lot, so I can learn that part. Okay, the MOCs are S&P 500 is a plus, a sell side, 2,384,000,000. Well, I guess you can read it for yourself. NASDAQ 100 plus 1,225,000,000. Dow 30, 732 million. Mag 7 plus, all of these are sell side. All of these are buy side. But similar story to yesterday, and they could come out and revise them, and then they go suddenly sell side. So in other words, why do they do this shit? Just try to get people off sides and on the back foot and grab as much liquidity as they can right before the close, I guess. I suppose if I was in a position to do that, I would also. Tuckman usually has a thing about it and talks about it, but his phone died right as he started that. He was busy blabbering about something else and going on and on and on. Not blabbering. He's an intelligent guy. He's a funny guy, but he gets pretty emotional about stuff. He's a passionate guy. Let's put it that way. David Tuckman. I think it's David. Michael, maybe, I don't know. Something Tuckman. He's everywhere. He's always on CNBC and CNN, and he's the crazy guy with the white hair sprinkled off of both sides. You see all the pictures on the NASDAQ, on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with goofy glasses and everything. That's the guy I'm talking about. He comes on it's TopStep TV every Monday and every Friday, and then he's a lot of other places too. He seems like a good guy. He's probably a lot of fun. Just if you catch the humor after you listen to him a little bit, you can see a kind of a smile gets in his mouth and his humor and stuff. He's probably a lot of fun to be around. And he's been trading down there for 40 plus 40 years on the NYSE. On the floor. He's a broker, I guess. Or a specialist, they call him, I think. Well, we're just going to kind of diddle around. We're right up here now, just at this this support became resistance, right? That's pretty normal, isn't it? Had I known what to do, I guess the idea would have been to go on long here. in anticipation of more longs. How do you do that? That's gambling. That's not trading. Now we're going to push through there and head up. At about 55 is generally when they get the correction numbers or the additional lift or whatever it is. Oh boy. Getting her ass handed to her. Speaking of that, I got to get ready to go get the second smart girl. So much for the go higher, huh? Oops. Well, I didn't do anything, but there you are. And I wouldn't, because I have no idea what to do. I don't know what those market on close orders mean. Seems like it's just some sort of hocus pocus somebody dreamed up to catch more people off guard, especially if they can change them right at the close. So if these are the market, market on close orders imbalance, then how can they change those suddenly at the last minute? I guess it's kind of like spoofing. They can say, well, we changed our mind. It's like the law about spoofing that's never going to be enforced ever, unless they catch some poor dumb kid like that one kid they got in England. But because and if you stop and think about it, how can there be a law? If I put an order in right now and I think that market's parameters and conditions change and I don't want to leave that order there, I can take it off. What the hell? How is that spoofing? I understand what spoofing is, and I understand that they do it. But my point is, how could you argue that in court or police it? I don't think you could. Got a lot of orders above us here, 110, 165, $1.29 up at 20 quarter. Beijing considers fentanyl offer to U.S. to begin trade talks. What, are they going to give us free fentanyl? I mean, really? Jesus Christ. It's so stupid. But that was Trump's, that was his quasi motive for being able to, declare this Powers Act or whatever it was, the war on fentanyl. That was his whole story about China and Canada and Mexico. Like they're the people who are the problem for fentanyl in America. It was invented and mass produced here. And a real statistic is 85% of the people arrested at the Mexican border for importing fentanyl into the United States are American citizens. And 100% of the illegal guns and weapons used by the cartels in Mexico are American. The pot calling the kettle black once again, I think. I don't know what's going to happen over there. Let's see what's happening over here. It's up, it's down, it's all around. We're coming into the magical witching hour of 1500. The cash close, the curb trade goes for another 15 minutes, and then the market actually really and truly closes. The Globex closes at 1600. I shut the stream off at 1500. I may just let it run, though, because I do have to go get TAM, but so what? It's the weekend, so it doesn't matter if it goes a little bit long or not. Actually, I don't need to put another hour on the stream. It's 7 hours now, so. I will not be, unless there's something happening on the market on close here that I can't imagine what could be. And here we come to that world famous 1500 Friday afternoon. There we go. There's TAM time, boys and girls. And here comes the liquidity. And what are they going to do with it now? I don't see anything on market on close orders, so I'm going to go over there and see what this is doing. They're kind of going out with a whimper here, it looks to me like. Even the NASDAQ's doing just exactly the same. I'm talking the micros here, of course, but I'm assuming that it's relatively constant. Well, there it is, exactly the same. So I don't think I'll waste any money of my world famous $47 or whatever I made with my little micro here. So have a great weekend. Do something for your health. Go for a walk, exercise. I'm starting a new campaign here in the office, which I will expound on, but I've got weights and a pull-up bar and stuff like that. And I'm going to do like I used to do, which was every 30 minutes or every half hour or something. I do a set, because I got to do something. I don't have the exercise like I had here in Kuala Lumpur. I had a real strenuous, I would do 4,000 steps every day in our building in the morning, and then the gym. I was in really good shape and fit. And the older you get, the faster you get out of shape, the tougher it is to get back in it. So that's real. There's a pearl of wisdom for you if you're not gray-haired yet. There we go. And I am going to shut her down now. Have a great weekend. Be back on the stream. Well, I may start we'll see. It could be possibly the night moves, or, I don't know, slow markets. That's what Dakota calls that thing he does on TopStep. That'd be kind of plagiarism, I guess. Something I'll come up with, some sort of a short after hours or ETH evening stream. I think is better than just doing trades on TopStep X or whatever, and then going over them in this regular stream in the morning. I think better to see them and hear them, because if I just go over them, I don't get any of my voiceover, which is the insight as to what I was thinking. So